Okay. So today we are starting on the main screen for one particular reason. It's exam week, by the way. This is so dumb. Why? Why did I put 20 hours into this game during exam week? Why did I do that? It's so bad. I think it was more than 20 hours. I think I was at like, I'm trying to remember, like 40 some hours or something before. It's been at least 20 hours. I put in at least 20 hours over the... I shouldn't have done that during exam week. Gosh dang it. Oh, that's right. I think I was grinding for... No, I'm here. Okay. While we're here. Actually, you know what? Let me get back over there and then I'll... Oh, 20 hours. At least, right? Like... One thing I also noticed is, all these worlds have different... have playtimes on them for some reason. If you look at the top right. There, look. 15 hours, Radiant Garden. 13 hours, Land of Dragons. So at least 10 hours there for both of those. Plus, so at least 20 hours. At least! Oh my gosh. That wasn't much. What? Was there another one that I had to grind a lot on? Not really. It was mostly Radiant Garden, Land of Dragons, and then some Beast Castle. Yeah, so. Of course, that only counts for time in the world and doesn't count the time loading into the world and all that stuff. It doesn't even count... I don't know if this even counts the stuff that's in Radiant Garden for Tron's world. I don't know if it counts that. Anyway. Anywho. But yeah, I've been grinding out stat boosts for the last week or so. To the point where this is basically our base stats right now. I have on all the lucky stuff, so there's the only stat boost is from the Keyblade. Yeah, we got strength, magic, defense. Actually, magic has been kind of neglected, but defense and strength are both above 100, and magic will get above 100 once I actually put on my good stuff. The other thing... I don't think I'll worry about that later. There's 2 items I want to make, but I didn't have the... They drop from certain bosses, and I didn't want to fight those bosses off stream, so I just don't have some of the equipment I'd like, but I can make those really easily. Power Crystal is useful for, I believe, magic and AP ups. Yeah, they're used there. Oh, I have an intimate knowledge now of where all of these things drop. I'm planning on making a video out of it, at least, so I get something out of it, and so I can pass on what I've learned to other people, because there was not actually a lot of stuff on... Oh, yeah, and I also made some more ribbons, I think. So, yeah. So I got 4 lucky rings on Sora, 3 on Donald, 2 on Goofy, and 1 on Mulan, because I grinded there a lot. For a specific... I think it's Bright Crystals? Yeah. Anyway. So let's put on Full Bloom Plus... Full Bloom. Actually, no. Rather than Full Bloom, we have Cosmic Arts. And Star Charm. But on the other Shadow Archive. This is better stat-wise. Not that, like, 1 point of stats means too much at this point, but, you know, it's a bit better. These have abilities, though. So once I can make another one of each of these, so another Full Bloom and another Shadow Archive, I will. Anyway. Honestly, probably should just, well, a good balance. Plus there's some other equipment I haven't gotten the chance to make again because I couldn't do the bosses yet because I wanted to do them stream. I guess should I change out their, does it even matter? Whatever, I'll give Donald that, and I'll give Goofy this, and I'll give Donald this, I guess. Note to self, put those back on at some point. We're doing Donald so he can have a mage earring. No, well then we might as well have the Slayer earring on him. Whatever. Oh, right, speaking of Donald, there was one other change I made. He has the premium mushroom equipped because of Heistaga, and it's actually got better magic than Save the Queen Plus. Although now that no, yeah, I think. I'm trying to think. Are either these abilities better? I feel like this is pretty good. Anyway. Yeah, it ups his magic some. So, like, to get kind of a perspective on how buffed Sora is at this point, 70, like, in all of these stats is about normal at max level. Like, if we look at Goofy, his strength, 68. His defense, 67. Donald, magic 70. Strength, 56. Dang. I guess, like, Goofy doesn't use it, but it's kind of weird to see Donald's stats are so much higher. It'd be funny to make Donald's a strength attack stat higher than Goofy's. Nope, 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 nope. That's a rabbit hole I don't want to fall down into. Because then, like, once I got myself up to max stat buffs, the next step would be getting Donald and Goofy up to that, and I'm not doing that. So let me see here. So that being said, we should probably take on at least one of those guys that will drop the material I need to make that. Can I fight against him? I'm thinking either Vexen or what's his name? Zexion. I think that's Zexion. What I'm looking for is any of the bosses that originally died in Chain of Memories, because they drop what is it? Illusionary crystals, I believe. You can make the other kind of crystal. It also drops from one of the other bosses, Lingering Will, but there's no reason to do that when you can just like grind and like get it much easier, because Lingering Will is one of the hardest bosses in a KH game and a pretty hard action game boss just in general. So there's like no reason why you would ever want to, like, unless you were really good at the game and really short on time, I can't see why you would want to go and like beat him instead of just trying to grind it out, because it doesn't take nearly as long. Anyway, okay. I mean, I guess there's a really easy way I could show how much stronger we are. Let's just do the quick, yeah, okay, summon. Let me just do this a minute. I want to see how... I actually haven't tested this. I've thought about testing this, but then I was working on homework, so I didn't. I want to see how much damage, like how quickly we defeat Syax now that our strength is like 120. Because we could just use the... we can use the Peter Pan strat to like stun lock him and like do a bunch of damage to him. So I want to see how effective that is now. Like, it was pretty effective before, but now. Yes. I didn't even get to max on stats and stuff. Max on base stats is like 100 or... Gosh dang it. just kill me. I summoned the wrong person. Here, I'm here. Kill me. Oh, wow. That's... Ooh. I wanted to just test... Well, I guess we could test how much my damage can, like... Look how good my defense is, actually. I'm not doing anything. He can't kill me. Oh, no. Okay, okay, he can still kill me. Okay. Stitch was healing me there, and then my ability was kicking in because I had more than 1 HP, but... Anyway. How are you doing today, Coil? How, did you finish school okay? I have one of my projects due today, my final project for a class, and then I just found out there's also an exam, apparently. But that's not till Sunday, so I'll just do it on Sunday. You're alright? That's good. Okay, let me try that again, but this time let's summon Peter Pan. Okay. Yeah, school's fine. That's good. Yeah, I won't need luck on that exam, and the exam I did need luck on, I already did. I got like a 76%, which I don't think... I just calculated out this morning. It is not enough to bring up my grade to pass, unfortunately. Took on too much stuff with online schooling, work, and streaming.
Do you feel it? The moon's power.
Okay, so... Come on. Summon, Peter Pan.
Sora! Our turn? Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that!
Oh boy.
Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that!
Oh, that's odd. I wonder why that didn't work. I guess I wasn't pressing it fast enough. You gotta, like, really be on the mark on that. I don't know why he keeps using that same attack. Hey, I got it. Okay. There we go. Oh, that didn't knock him out? Shoot. Come on. There we go. Okay.
I misjudged you. Do you feel it?
Take that! Take that! Take that! Take that!
There we go.
Take that! Take that!
I just gotta make sure I everything the attack button as soon as I jump. There we go. Woo! Look at that HP bar go down. I have to test this to see if this is a faster way of getting defense increases than grinding for them, actually. It might be, because there's such a cheesy way to do this. But in most cases, it's actually easier just to get the stat increases through grinding out the materials. I have to, like, test it. I have to do, like, an hour of this and then an hour of grinding out the materials, I guess. See if I can make more. Honestly, this might be faster. Even with the Lucky meme. Yeah, because you get a one defense boost every time you do this. Okay. More defense for me. Let me go in and out so it's not like trying to spawn me from there all the time. Oh yeah. That's towards a grinding area. I'm making that video. I'm getting something out of 20 hours worth of research and grinding. Anyway, so book guy or Vexen? Zexion or Vexen? Let's just go Vexen. Oh wait, let me make sure I have magic queued up then. So I fire Reflectra and Thundaga. Okay, yeah, that's good. What? We'll do book guy in a minute. I'm just gonna do Vexen first. We'll do book guy in a minute. Like, Vexen isn't gonna take too long, I don't think. From what I remember, Vexen is very gimmicky, and he's kind of easier. Also, if I can get near him with Final Form Viagra, I can probably just... Actually, I kind of want to try that now. Okay. The way this fight works is that data thing will collect data on Sora and will create a shadow Sora when it gets to a certain point that will fight with alongside Vexen. Yeah, an anti-form Sora, like that. Yep. And that's the main gimmick of this fight, and that's it, really. There's a ways you can get around it collecting data on you, and you can gimmick this way. Actually, I was going to do research, and then I got to today, and I was like, you know, I haven't done any research. I'm just going to go into the fights blind again, because that was way more fun last time. Hey, can I heal yet? I mean, I know you have long combos, anti-form Sora. I'm well aware, but, like, can I... Okay. No, oh, right, I'm still in. Man, he likes trapping combos. Okay. No, okay. I can't remember. Maybe I should just go straight into Final Form before he gets a chance to get the anti-form Sora out. Yeah, anti-form Sora has long combos. That's his only redeeming feature in this, is his long combos. Maybe I should give Donald the Hyper Healer staff. I don't know if it stacks though, and he already has that ability on him, I think. Anyway. I think I'm just gonna try and go into Final Form.
Let's go.
There's his revenge move. Oh, dang. That was dumb. Nah, did a good amount of damage there. But yeah, since he's ice-based, he obviously takes more damage from fire, so. I wonder how I can get that data thing off me. Maybe if I like glide around? I'll be too fast for it to keep up a minute. Yep.
Light.
Oh, come on, the shield's back already. wonder why... Okay. Probably actually what it is they knew it'd be hard to see. I was wondering why his targeter turns red, not blue, but it's probably so it stands out against his shield. Dang, okay. Note to self, I have elixirs and stuff. Like I have a ton of elixirs because a certain enemy drops them. So I have a bunch of those. And I don't need to hold back on using them. Yeah, how many do I have actually? So I have the ones on me, and then I also have 97. I almost have max. Okay, yeah, I don't need to hold back on using them at all. I remember watching a video about how to cheese this fight, but I don't remember what it was. Ah, whatever. I don't know if I'll be able to get through all the data fights today. I'm hoping. But, you know. Yeah, and then tomorrow, I'm hoping to do Sephiroth and the final boss, the Lingering Will. That's interesting. Ah, shoot. Anti-form's out. Did I get that with? Oh, nice. Okay, that just... Thunder just deletes that. Okay, good to know. Thunder just deletes anti-form. Got it. So you can get Donald up. Not today, no. Even if I get through all the data fights today, I would probably need the rest of the stream to get through Sephiroth. I probably would just be able to attempt Sephiroth and probably not be able to get through it, honestly. How can I... What is this dumb desperation move? Hey, can I use an elixir, please? Oh, never mind. I could just use cure. Look how much just stuff Final Form does. It's amazing. Also, I haven't actually queued up what Flash games I'm going to play. I have an idea of what I'm going to play, based on what I remember and what I like. Final Form Fire, kinda good. Thank you for the reminder, Studio Cat. Do not need it. But thank you for the reminder. I was trying to use it somewhat, but yeah. Vexen Fight, not too bad, actually. Not entirely. I got about... Here, I can show you guys a minute. I showed at the beginning of the stream, but... So that's one Lost Illusion. So that's Donald. With my stuff, I'm currently wearing Strength 113, Magic 95, Defense 122. Keep in mind, these were all about 70. Once I got to max level, so. Yep. Max stat is about 150 or so for each of those, so, yeah. Okay. Actually, let me do this so it doesn't have to load as much. Because it takes more on it to load if I keep coming out of the, like, Vex and Fight thing. How are you doing today, Studio Cat? Or, actually, it was... should be Nicholas, right? I'm trying to remember. No? Anyway. Okay, let's see. Yeah, like that. Okay, and then... okay, so I remember the mechanics of this one pretty well. Because I did it on my playthrough. On the way through, I was like, why not? And I did it, so. This one shouldn't be too bad, unless they changed the mechanics from the original fight with the absent silhouette. Gosh dang it. Okay, where's the aerial one? There it is. There it is, okay. I like how that combos well into like a regular combo, like that reaction command. Are we done? Cool. Make it close. Beat the heck out of you. Yeah, I think either this or Vexen will probably be the way I get my lost illusions or whatever it is. If I'm gonna make more of this stuff. That's it over there, isn't it? Yeah, it was. Yep. Can't hide from me. I played this fight enough to know the patterns and where the real book lines up during the different attacks. His meteor attack is kind of a pain, but like, I'll be fine one way or another. Oh, hello. Ah, dang it. Okay. Let's keep going. Oh, there we go. Got my commands back. Let's heal. Ah, I got Donald at least. Or, not Donald, Goofy. Come on. There it is. Nope. We're back. Okay. Dang it, messed up. Okay. Nice. Got both of them.
Let's go.
Okay. Yikes. Okay. There we go. Spell. And just wail on him. Do your thing, final form. Yeah, the timing is kind of tight, but you can either oh shoot, this one's gonna be a bit tricky. I got this. Oh, nice. I got lucky on that one actually, because I didn't really have a way to get. Because I don't have quick run or dodge roll in this form, so got lucky there. Yeah, the timing's either you are lucky or the timing's really tight. There we go. That wasn't so bad. So yeah, either the timing is really tight or you get lucky, but it's not terrible. And you can mitigate some of the damage by dodge rolling around and stuff, or using cure right there, because you know, leaf bracer and all that. Anyway, that's 2 down actually. That's a lot quicker. Feeling pretty good about that. This is gonna be a pain. So let me do this guy, and then I'll do Larxene. Okay, let me do Zigbar, then I'll do Larxene. Let me actually go out and in again. Actually, I do have enough. I do have 2 Lost Illusions now, so I can make some better equipment. But I think actually I'll do that between. No, I don't. Let me see if I can make it. If I can make it like right now on the spot, I will. Otherwise, I'll just make it later. Between bosses or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest problem of what is it? Radiant Garden? Yeah, Radiant Garden. The biggest problem of Radiant Garden is that there's only one Moogle in this entire world that I can think of. I think there's just one. The one that's over this way. It would be so nice to, like, have a Moogle and a safe spot in that room. I don't know why there isn't one. Like, if I was going to mod the game, just me, myself, and I, and that was and there was one mod I could do, it would just be to add a save point in a Moogle in that room. I don't know why there isn't one. It's such a pain. Okay, so yeah, AP boost, magic boost, defense boost, power boost, you know. So there is the Shock Charm Plus, which I don't know what that does. I don't have a Serenity Crystal. Serenity Crystals take a long time to get. Well, they take the longest to get out of anything else. So I'm not gonna... Dang it, I need a Serenity Crystal. Okay, can I make a Serenity Crystal? I can make a Serenity Crystal. I can make 1 Serenity Crystal. Cool. Because I'd need to go farm out another mushroom. That's fine. Do I make a Shark Charm Plus, or do I make something else? What does a Shark Charm Plus do? Let me look it up. Ah, nuts. Internet's going down. I'm not sure why. Oh, do I have something going in the background? Nope, just OBS, okay. Oh. Extremely increases thunder resistance and defense. Also increases damage done by thunder-based attacks by 12%. That actually might be useful against Larxene, but then it would be only useful against Larxene. I'm just gonna make stuff that I'm gonna use all the time. Yeah, it just dropped out there for a minute, and I'm not sure why. Actually, internet situation might be improving soon. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, I gotta go back out because it doesn't... You have to... Once you make something, it goes in your inventory, and you have to re-enter the synthesis menu to actually get it to, like, be usable for making things. Anyway. So Shock Charm would be only good against Larxene, pretty much. So let's see. Oh, I can't make a Full Bloom Plus. What am I missing? Oh, a Tranquility Crystal, which I just used to make a Serenity Crystal. Doesn't Full Bloom Plus just increase the rate? Oh, is Sora... Sora's back to wearing his lucky rings. How did that happen? What? I don't know how that happened. Okay. So I want the Full Blooms. So wait, you're saying I could have been doing more damage? Holy cow. That's why I was like, man, I'm getting pretty good luck when with those drops from enemies, but no, I still had all my lucky stuff on. This is Donald, so he can get that. Okay. So... Full Bloom Plus, or... Kinda just want more Full Bloom Pluses. You know what? I'm gonna end up making a... Either I'm going to make a Shock Charm Plus now, or I'm gonna make one later. Because I want the completionist stuff. That doesn't change much. There we go, Shock Charm Plus, and I will put that on for Larxene, and then I will probably take it off and never use it again. Alright. What a weird laugh. You know what's weird? We've been getting calls at work because for some reason people keep calling thinking we're corporate. I picked up the phone the other day and a lady started yelling at me about something about her daughter not getting paid or something. It turns out she was calling from Florida. And I was like, ma'am, we're a Culver's in Florida. She's like, oh, you're not corporate? No. Oh. Yeah, she was calling, like, to complain about her daughter not getting paid, apparently. And I'm like, ma'am, we're all the way in Michigan. What do you want us to do? You're in Florida. Like, what? Why would you call a random Culver's? Oh, does it go on? Oh, okay. Shock Charm Plus is this. Oh. Well, that's even more worthless than I thought it was. Ha! Alright, never mind. I'll put it on for Larxene, but I'm good. Keep it off for now. Actually, I should probably stack as many lightning-related things as I can for her. Okay, I was like, I'm getting good luck. Did I leave unlucky election stuff again? Did it not save? Man, I'm getting fairly lucky actually with these drops. Oh, sorry, this is just force of habit. I should just be ignoring these guys. Okay. Yeah, we also had somebody calling, asking if we were like an old age home or something. Like, if a nursing home or something. And it's like, no, this is a restaurant, not an old age home. Culver's Restaurant, the old age home, apparently. Okay. So I think we're all in order. Yeah, we should be in order. Okay. Yeah, a lot of dumb phone calls. We also get quite a few, we've gotten quite a few angry phone calls. In Michigan right now, all the restaurants are closed indoor dining, and somebody still called to ask if we had indoor dining right now, and I'm just like, no, we didn't before because we didn't have the staff to like do indoor dining, and we'd be losing money if we did that because we can't seat enough people to actually make it worth it. And people just dumb questions. Man, his bullets hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
There you go. Other than his damage, I don't think he's gonna be too hard. He's not too hard of a boss, to be honest. Probably because he plays the long game, but his projectiles can be dodged and stuff so easily. Also, you have magic, so you can just blast him from wherever he is. I should be dodge rolling here. Oh, if I could do anything. Man, that projectile goes a lot faster.
Gotcha now.
Do you? That reaction command is a lot tighter. I'm just gonna spam triangle here. Yeah. Because anti-form like has those long combos, you can just like stun lock him for a really long time in anti-form. And like because you move so fast in anti-form, he can't get a good lock on you. So like anti-form is actually pretty helpful in this fight. Like if you, at least it was in the normal version of this fight. I don't know how well it would work here. I shouldn't have done that. I'll just wait out the combo. Heal. Oh, actually, I shouldn't have done that. All I did was heal Goofy. Don't get me wrong. I like being able to use Limit Form. You know what? Let's... sorry, Final Form. Why not? Oh, dang. That wasn't bad. I got a little sloppy there. I shouldn't have gone for Final Form, probably. At least not for a longer. For a little longer. Dance, water, dance. Yeah, his final attack and his desperation move, you just have to run around for. So I don't know what I was thinking trying to attack him there. He can't even be hit, so. And the rest can just be dodged by dodge rolling. I'm glad that spamming triangle works for the reaction command when he's like sniping at you from afar, because otherwise that timing is actually kind of tight. I hate the fact that these invisible pits extend into the air because you can't like jump over them or anything. Yeah, so you just spam triangle here and like run around.
Clever little sneak.
Oh, I'm gone? That's odd. Getting pretty good. Internet from my perspective on my bitrate and all that. Although it might have just dropped down to 0 again a second ago. Spam Y, or start triangle here. Get rid of this thing. No, I shouldn't have used Cure there.
Gotcha now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I cut out. When I looked, I was doing fine on internet, but I don't know. Maybe I cut out there a minute and I didn't even see it, so. Oh yeah, this one. You just run around in a circle. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, no, I had to turn off and turn back on the capture card. Well, the input from the capture card into OBS. I fixed it. Thank you for telling me. Oh gosh, why are we in this desperation move again? I haven't even done that much damage to him yet. Okay, his health is over halfway gone. I will admit that. And that's him, man. That wasn't too bad, was it? Man, I don't know if it's the stat boosts or what, but we are flying through these bosses actually today. You know what? We might be able to actually get through data bosses. Definitely won't get to flash games today, but we might have an extra day of flash games, is what I'll say. Because I was only planning on doing flash games for one day, pretty much, because I assumed the bosses would take today and tomorrow. But at this rate, they just might take today. I don't know. At this rate, I don't wanna. Let's knock on some wood. Still got Roxas and stuff. Cat Studio said, or sorry, Studio Cat said that he had a way of dealing with the Roxas that was pretty easy, like a cheesy way to deal with the Roxas. But I don't know if he's still here or not. So we're gonna do a Lark scene. So let me just go ahead and put on. Don't worry about it right now. I'm not gonna do him yet, but maybe I'll do him after Lark scene since you're here. Solo Trinity limit. Okay, got it. Let's see. Okay, so Shock Charm plus. Let's just stack a bunch of. Thunder stuff right now. How high can I get it? That's pretty high. Oh wait, never mind. That's just the ribbon. Isn't it? No, okay. So 79%. That's pretty good. Into ethers, got it. Do I have Trinity limit on? I can't even think of it. I don't have Trinity limit on. I'll turn it on before his fight. I'll turn it on before his fight. What else we got? Right, okay. Yeah, because we only have... So we have Larxene, who's going to be a bit of a toughie. Then we have this guy, who's going to be kind of eh. These two will be kind of hard, and then these two will be kind of hard. If it works here, then that guy shouldn't be too hard. That guy is still going to be a pain a bit. I don't know. These don't seem to be too hard, honestly, actually. Okay. Trinity limit does work well on some of this. Okay. And then correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't... Hold on, never mind, actually. Let me focus on the fight here, and then I'll ask my question. Man, she is relentless. You are correct about that. Yeah, the only gimmick I know about this fight that makes it easier is at one point she makes copies of herself during one of her attacks, and if you can hit all of the copies, they all take individual damage, so you can, like, do 2 or 3 times the damage to her. But you have to, like, be really on point with it. Or just reflect spam, actually, I think. You could reflect spam. I should have done that there, instead of trying to do it with fire. When does she stop doing that, by the way? Man, her attacks do not stop. Except for when I reflect, apparently. Oh shoot, I didn't have any MP for magic. I didn't realize. Kinda need the MP for her. Okay, never mind. Dang it. Well, so much for that. I was gonna go into limit form and then Donald died and then I died. It is a shame that your most powerful forms are required, like, you have to keep alive your some squishy companions here. I think I'm just gonna flex spam here a minute. See if I can not get hit by the first couple attacks here. There we go, into an air combo. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, let's heal. Right. I kind of just gotta jump when I see her do that. Dang, I just got... Okay. I was gonna say, I just got my MP back and now I have to spend it on cure, but... I guess I do not. Is there anything I should bind Triangle to instead of Thunder? Because I can't use Thunder during this fight, obviously. I think it actually just helps her. Like, it actually just heals her. Oh, that's right. I should have fan reflected in there. Right. I'll do that this time. Okay. Oh yeah, so my question was, isn't Sephiroth... Shoot, now I can't remember. I feel like Sephiroth is... So I know that Lingering Will is in Disney Castle, and then isn't Sephiroth somewhere in this world? Like he's in Radiant Garden somewhere? Nice. I feel like a pro gamer with that kind of comboing. Yes, he is also in Smash. I saw a really funny comic about him trying to like having a nightmare where he kept trying to stab people, but because of Nintendo, he kept missing like just by a hair, like as in the trailer as well. It's pretty funny. Oh. Ouch. I don't need to know where Sephiroth is right now. If I'm gonna do him after the data fights, but I think I remember where he is. Isn't he like past? He's towards where you fight all the Heartless, like past the Mushroom 13 spot, I think, if I remember right. He's easier, honestly, than some of. I would. Now that you say that. Yeah, 1,000 Heartless Room. Yep, okay. He's easier than some of these fights, I would think, actually, yes, probably. Actually, don't you get a Keyblade for beating him? I remember in KH1 it was like the one-winged angel, but I think it's different here. I don't remember what it is. I think it has... Doesn't it have like MP Rage or something on it, too? No, it has... negative combo, and if you stack all the negative combos, you can just do constant combo finishers or something like that. I keep forgetting to like just spam reflect when I get into this fight. Nope, can't do anything to her. Why does she get to go into like a desperation move right at the beginning? Isn't that what that's called? Because it dims like the screen and stuff, and she can't be hurt. That's a desperation move. For everybody else, that's a desperation move. Why can't she do that from the beginning? Yeah, and then you could stunlock Lingering Will if you do that infinite finisher. Ooh, that's fun. Maybe I should try that. Gosh, I love that. For as hard as these bosses are, there's a lot of dumb stuff like reflect and all that can just like absolutely like mess up their day still. For a lot of these. Like just reflect can like absolutely destroy a lot of these, and like there's stuff like that where you can stunlock with Lingering Will into infinite finishers. I should at least try it legitimately at least once though, just to get for a feel of how hard it is without doing cheesy strats. Should beat it legit? Probably, yeah. I should probably try and do that. I will keep the infinite stunlock strategy in mind, though. I will say that. Dang it. Yeah, her patterns are pretty fast and don't leave a lot of room. I'll also note to self start reflect spamming. I keep forgetting to reflect spam, and I keep saying that I forget to reflect spam, and then I still don't do it. Maybe just a smidge of stunlocks for spice. I will keep it in mind. If we're getting like to like 3 hour, like if I'm almost like, if I'm at like 3 hour, like 10 minutes away from the end of stream or whatever, and that's all we have left or something like that, maybe I'll try the stunlock thing. So that we can just do flash game stuff for the next 2 days. Because I wanted to do like flash game Fridays, but that didn't kind of work out. I wanted to do that this whole month, but it didn't really work out. Because there are ways to play Flash games after this month. Like, there's plenty of people who are working on that, but natively in browser, this will be the last time you, like, this month will be the last time you can actually do that. There are extensions that all people are also working on that are like add-ons to Google Chrome that basically just emulate Flash, so you can still use it. But I don't think those are ready yet, and you know, not everybody will have that. So there's also like a couple of other ways you can save Flash stuff. For videos, people have been working on making those like archivable for a while. Yeah. So also the thing about the stun lock coil is for the stun lock strategy to work, you have to set it up a very specific way. That's not the way you would set up the your character if you were doing it any other way. Shoot, I forgot to stun. Or I forgot to reflex spin. Okay. Because what you have to do is you have to turn off all your combo extenders and turn on an ability that you have called negative combo, which actually reduces the length of your combo, so you can get to your finishers quicker. And then what Sephiroth's Keyblade that you get from him does is it has high strength, and it also has negative combo on it, so it reduces it down to just combo finishers. Plus, you have a bunch of a couple of abilities that will let you do more than one combo finisher in a row. So it's a very specific like setup that you have to go in with. The reason why that doesn't work on, for example, these data battles is because I think all of them, except for maybe Syax. Syax doesn't seem to have like a revenge thing where he like breaks out of it, because his requires a whole animation and everything to like begin his desperation move or whatever, in his revenge move, because he has the rage thing. So he doesn't have a attack where he breaks out of stun lock and like just goes straight at you and punishes you for attacking too long. So that would be my guess, because otherwise the Peter Pan thing would work with more than one person. See how much damage I did there? That was because all those clones can take damage. Every clone that she makes can take damage. That's what I was talking about earlier. I saw that abused one time during a speedrun for ADGQ, and it was amazing. Oh gosh, dang it. I was like, okay, gotta heal. She's only got like one health bar left. And then as soon as I drop to the ground, she starts that attack right where I was. Ah, well. Final form seemed to do pretty well against her. Alright, reflex spam. Spamming button. And I've got her in the air. Punish me. Oh gosh, dang it. I didn't realize Donald was dead. Thanks, Donald. I was like, wait, why isn't this working? Oh, because I'm not on the ground. Wait, why isn't this working? Oh, Donald's dead. No, I'm dead. I need you to just stay alive for 2 seconds, Donald. Just 2 seconds. I need you to stay alive for me. Thanks. Yeah, I was helping a guy yesterday with his order because we had messed up and somebody had put cheese on one of the burgers. But it was really weird because he came in and he's like, "There's something wrong with this order," and I don't know what it is. And I'm like, "You're right, there is something wrong with your order. We accidentally put cheese on that." And he's like, "Oh, what's wrong with my order? Wait, I don't understand." So I had to explain to him what was wrong with his order, like 3 or 4 times, and I don't think he ever got it. And then while I'm helping him, I'm like writing down his order, and I look up and I talk to him for a sec, and I look down and I'm like, why are my hands covered in ink and my pen had started leaking? Because that morning, while I was trying to frantically do laundry, so I had a clean uniform to wear, I had accidentally left my pen in the pocket of my shirt, of my uniform, and it had gone through the wash. And I got it out, and I was like looking at it, darn it, and I was like, oh, and I took it and I wrote with it on a piece of paper and was like, oh, that's fine, okay, thank goodness. And so I put it just back in there. But apparently it wasn't fine because like half an hour into work, it just started leaking on me while I was trying to help this guy with his food. It was a very busy day. Yesterday was a very busy day. It's been getting busier and busier because of Christmas time coming up. And we're right next to an outlet mall, so. And a lot of restaurants are closed again because governor's orders. Oh, Donald's dead again. Oh wow, that actually loaded pretty quickly. Oh gosh dang, I didn't mean to heal there. Whatever. Dang it. Yeah, her attacks are relentless. And she comes from a lot of different angles because she spawns a bunch of clones of herself. Okay. Getting there. I feel like we're back to normal now. I was breezing through too many of these bosses and they're like, no, hold on, slow down. Oh, I forgot. I keep forgetting to reflex spam at the beginning there. It's so annoying. Man, why? Who thought this was a good idea? Twitch app is not really playing nice now. I love it when I like try to type something in chat while I have chat open because it just covers the entire, like I have no idea what's going on during the stream. Like if I'm holding it landscape mode and I have chat opened on the side, and then I open up the chat, it just covers the entire like stream. I don't know what's going on. Okay, I remember this time. Man, Donald dies so fast. He dies immediately. Holy cow. Yeah, sometimes I go vertical. If I'm more interested, like when I watch people play Azur Lane, I'm usually there to talk to them and people in chat, and I don't care too much about the gameplay really. So I just focus on. I have it in corporate mode and just focus on chatting with people and stuff. Cause look, I'll be honest, AL combat. Not that engaging, not gonna lie. Although we are getting a super huge update coming towards the end of this one, so maybe I do a stream for that. Because holy cow, is it a big update. They're adding new endgame content, they're adding a whole new mode. It's a lot of cool stuff. So maybe I do a stream for that. Also, they should be updating guild, question mark? Because for the longest time, guilds in the game have just been useless. Like, they don't do anything right now. Like, you could talk to people in the guild, and that's literally it. So. I can't do Final Form yet. I can do Final Form. No? Okay. Glad I was able to heal in time. Jeez. Gosh dang it. Nope, 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 nope. Just gonna do it again. How do I avoid that attack? How? Oh, Master Form. Okay, well. That's better than nothing, I guess. If I can just hit her with magic. I just need to hit her with magic or something. No! Come on! That's... That last attack there, where she just summons a bunch of clones of herself, it feels like I should reflex spam there. Otherwise, I don't really see a way of dodging it. Yeah, lots of good stuff coming for AL content, like more endgame content. The only thing is, like, they're not going to make events harder because not everybody can do the endgame content, obviously. So unless you're like, I don't know, I just don't see much of a point to doing the endgame content other than for endgame content's sake, you know? Because they're not going to make events harder because not everybody can do it, and they want people to be able to get in. And, like, especially with collab events, they always make them easier. So people, you know, who get in, like, just for the 2 weeks just for the collab, because the collab is going on, they can do it. And then any, like, regular events probably won't go up in strength either. So it'll just make that stuff easier. I don't know. I'll probably do it. I'll do it. It's good, and it's new good content. Give me something more to do. Although, because I started out like a year ago, there's still plenty of like stuff for me to do. But I imagine that anybody who's been playing regularly for the last 2 or 3 years now is probably super hyped for some new endgame content. I'm excited to see the new guild stuff. I'm less excited about Operation Siren. Story-wise, it seems kind of interesting, but otherwise, like, I just don't see a reason to do it, really, like I talked about just a second ago. Nope, it's this attack. I thought it was the other attack. That's probably next, yep. Oh, yeah. There it is. There it is. Okay. Nice. Yeah, the guild content seems to be like some guild bosses or some raid bosses that everybody can fight against in the guild. And then if you guys beat the boss, cool, you get some currency and that allows you to upgrade some stuff. So everybody in the guild gets more storage space for ships or more storage space for gold and oil and all that. So seems pretty fun. It'll be good to finally have something to do with that. Even if I don't touch Operation Siren for a little bit, it'll be good to have that. Operation Siren also introduces, oh yeah, we're gonna do Roxas next, so I can do the, one thing. Operation Siren is also going to introduce, like, more, it's gonna change some equipment stuff, and it's gonna, like, let it get to a higher level and introduce some new stuff, so that should be good. Yeah. Generally, I'm pretty excited about it. And plus, it'll come out right after I get done with school, so I don't have to worry about school and stuff while I do it. Anyway, what was I doing? Right, abilities. We are going to turn on training limit. I don't know why we have auto stuff. Anyway. And we are going to turn off Flare Force, Fantasia, and Tornado Fusion and Teamwork. So that way, when I go to limits, Trinity Limit is the only one there. Okay, so let me reread how this strategy works. Solely Trinity Limit, grab the Keyblade, and then spam Solo Trinity Limit into Ethers. Got it. I will be using Elixirs because I have a ton of them. How many do I still have? I still have 95. I've only used like 4 or 3 or 4. That's good. Well, I've used more than that, but that's the only ones that the game cares about. I guess we'll stick on this. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's try Roxas. Hopefully I can proc his, the reaction command where the duel thing. It didn't actually happen during this playthrough. And remember to get some distance after the Trinity limit? Okay. Right, for the elixir. Yep, okay. Oh, maybe I should have hotkeyed elixirs. Ah, whatever. Alright, reflex spam.
Take that. Yeah.
No, it wasn't so bad. Oh, never mind, that was bad.
This is it. Heal. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember his. It's interesting because before, like, I never really memorized their patterns or anything, but going against these bosses again in a harder state, even if it is kind of not nullified but like dampened because of all the grinding I've done with the stat boosts and everything, like they're still hard. Like they could still kill me fairly easily. But I've actually like had to like pay attention to their attack patterns and gotten a lot more used to it. Like, and started memorizing what they do with their attacks and stuff. Like, they've become more predictable, which is fun. It's nice that, like, the game has pushed me to the point and I'm still interested in the game enough to, like, actually, like, think about their patterns and everything and, like, really get into it.
Take that. Take that. Back off.
Oh, I was gonna dodge roll out there too.
Yeah, defense. Take that.
Oh, man.
Take that.
The timing on that attack is intentionally so that if you try and reflect it, it takes a second and then it attacks you, isn't it? Oh, that's smart. That's smart. Okay. I see how it is. You don't want me just reflex spamming and killing everything in the game. I see how it is. uh Really big tip is to keep your distance. Yeah, that's probably true. Oh, that's right, because the reaction command only happens if you're a certain distance apart, doesn't it? Because it has the whole run-up thing. Okay. Yeah, and he moves across the map, or this arena, I guess, pretty quickly.
Take that.
Oh, there it is. Dang it, I was right on it too. Whoops. Let me just heal a minute. Oh. Oh my gosh, quick run. Oh. Nice. Okay, so limit, tree limit. What? I didn't get that? Okay. Oh shoot. Here's. Yeah, true. Ouch. I shouldn't have tried to glide there. That was dumb. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, I think also we dipped through the floor again for a second there. I don't know why it does that. Anyway, okay, so let me try something a minute. So, I don't know how this works. How does limit form work? I never have used it. Let me... How does limit form work? So I'm... Right, limits take up all your magic gauge, so I can go ahead and do this real quick, actually. So I just need to get into a battle and use limit. Minute. As long as you're locked on... Okay, so let me use train limit and then... Okay, so this is Trinity limit, but what I do in his fight is solo limit. Yes, okay, yep, I see it. Yep. Can you hotkey ethers? So if I do this, does that hotkey the ether from solo Trinity limit? I'm a little fuzzy on how this works. Okay, let's just get into it. Questionable? Okay. Let's just get into it and we'll see. If not, then I can, Does it matter if I do ether or elixirs there? Because then I could just hotkey elixirs. Okay, it doesn't. Has to be ethers, got it.
Take that. Take that.
Nice, okay, limit. So it doesn't work like that. Okay, shoot, I don't know how this works. Okay, so if I go to item... Whoops, that wasn't what I meant to do. Although it seems to be working out fairly well. Oh, never mind. Okay. I'm probably dead here. Yep, okay. So... Okay. So then go back over... Okay. You do the limit, and then you get a Y prompt then to do a full combo. Got it. Okay. So that's the break thing. Got it. Okay. Restore magic repeat. I see.
Take that. Take that. Take that.
I like how quick run can just be like, nope.
Right. Back off. Back off. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure how this works. The end of the combo finisher keeps Roxas stalled enough to pull off the magic start, and then... I'm so confused. Okay, so do the combo. Got it. I think I get what you're saying. Let me try it again, I guess, once he prompts the end thing again. I love how you can just avoid him with quick run, though. Dang it. Ah, that was a fail. Let me just heal a minute. Get away from him. Yeah, between quick run and dodge roll, you could just be like, nope. I don't want to fight you, Roxas. Okay, so, and then we limit Trinity. And then we do this. And then he's gonna try and get back his Keyblades, and I'm not sure what I'm doing. Oh god, no, come. Okay, so, little confusing. Limit, normal attack combo, restore MP, limit. Yeah, I'm not sure where the... Yeah, okay. I guess, yeah, okay, let me hotkey elixirs then, because I assume then... So let me hotkey elixirs a minute, so that it becomes much more manageable. And then I can go out, and then back in. So it'll save that I did that. Okay. So yes, okay. And then let me... Okay. So, limit, normal attack combo, restore MP, limit. Got it. Okay. By the way, what did you think of playing as him in KH3's DLC, by the way? I absolutely loved it. Like I said before, I have a save file specifically closest to that fight, so I can play as him over and over again. Hopefully. One can only hope, Coil. Dang it. I know, right? I know, I'm sure mods will get it so that we can do that for most of the game eventually, but it still kind of sucks. Okay, I need to heal. Yeah, between Glide and all of your other abilities, you can just be like, nope, can't you? I never realized how much you can just be like, nope, to this boss. I mean, it is a little bit limited, because you can only use the water spell there. Wait, and then...
It's over. Take this. Okay. It's over. Take this. Okay.
Dang it. Oh, by the way, were you here when I did this fight originally? Studio Cat, were you here when I did this fight originally for my playthrough? No, you were not. Okay. Uh, bec No, I'll just tell you because I don't know if that'll happen again or not. If I'm doing the strategy right, it won't happen again. So for the Faith attack, what I ended up doing multiple times while I was fighting him was I would go into my limit form because it took so long to load that you could get through a good chunk of the attack while being invincible, and it would just reflect all of the attacks away from you because you were invincible while your form changing. So I ended up using the fact that it took so long to form change to my advantage during this fight. The last time I played through the game. Ha. Oh.
Take that.
Yep, yep.
Take that. Yeah. Ha. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I got it. It's just a little confusing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Nah, I messed up.
Heal. Take that.
I messed up. I messed up, and now I'm here. You got basically a 75% chance of getting the end, I feel like, because if you're near on it or nearby it, you can usually get the reaction command. But if you're like 2 away from it, I have a hard time getting it. Oh, shit. Nah. And now I can't do the limit. Nice, okay. Oh, I can do limit.
Back off. Back off. Okay. Yeah. Heal.
Gosh dang it, that was so dumb of a time to heal. It doesn't feel like it though. It really does not. Dang it. That was my fault. After the finisher. Oh wait, is that not the end of the Oh, that's the end of the finisher, not the combo? That's what I've been doing? Oh my gosh. I thought the break was like, you get out of the comp. I was like, okay. That makes more sense now. Also, I messed that up again. I feel so bad doing this. I feel so bad because I'm just ignoring him.
Give me strength. Back off. It's over.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Okay, I get it. I get it. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off this time around. But, okay, let's try this. No, I can just revert. Because I need to be able to... Oh gosh, now he's got his extra projectiles from his attacks. Oh gosh, dang it, he's doing it again. Why does he keep doing this? Thanks, Leaf Racer. Thanks, Obama. I haven't thought of the Thanks, Obama meme in a while. Obama had a startling amount of memes back then, considering who he was. Like Obamium, Thanks, Obama, all the meme images with him and Pence, like, right or not Pence, his vice president, like, oh, duh, Joe Biden. Who was Obama's vice president? Let me think. Of like them whispering together and like dumb jokes that Biden was supposed to be making in the meme. I don't know. It kind of is. Like, if you think about Donald Trump and the amount of memes he has probably like he doesn't have a singular... The man is the meme. There's not memes about him, right? Like, for Donald Trump, he is the meme. For, like, Obama, he has multiple memes centered around him. Right? Like, Obamium, thanks Obama, Obama is gone, all that kind of stuff. Although Obama is gone is just an extension of the blank is gone meme, which has been gone for a while now. Okay, I'm just waiting for him to proc his thing, and he still has not done it since this Soul's second stage. So I'm just gonna, like, keep my distance and get some hits in when I can. Yeah, I know. But it's centered around Obama, right? Like, there's not, like, a thanks Trump meme. Although people blame Trump more for things more than they did Obama. I don't know how Obamium happened either. It's a weird outgrowth. It's just a weird outgrowth of, like, random internet culture at the time. Like, for a while there, like, memes like that just were, like, weird and didn't make any sense were really popping off. And I don't know why exactly. It was, like, very surrealist. For, like, a good... Like, in, like, 2017 or 2018, it was, like, really surrealist memes happening on the internet for some reason. When is it safe to attack him? I don't even know anymore. It's so weird. And he hasn't done the thing in a while. Is it just never safe to attack him? Jeez. This is probably the longest battle I've had against any of these bosses so far. No, wait. Axel's battle took a while, too. Dang it! The answer is no. Yeah, pretty much it seems like. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, because he doesn't really flinch. All of his attacks get buffed, so they have more projectiles and have a larger, like, area of effect and everything. Yeah, but the timing on this strategy is pretty short, though. I will say that the timing is like really short because while he's in the air, you have to heal and start the limiter immediately. Otherwise, he'll try and take the Keyblades back from you. Anyway.
Take that.
Yeah, and it also seems like in the second phase, he doesn't like to do the end thing anymore. That's a good idea, yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, I also played the 358 over 2 days version of this character. Like of this mode specifically, where he's like this with the two. Oh wait, let me focus on the strategy here a minute, and then I can worry about. Nope. Dang it. Alright, well, I guess we'll just play him normally for the second half. Or I'll try and beat him normally for the second half. I don't know why I didn't just use Glide the whole time. I don't know. Maybe it's only because of the level I have on Glide that I can do that. Oh, there we go.
Back off. Back off.
Yeah, that was unintentional. You're right. That went on too long. I don't even remember what I was talking about now. Shoot. If it's important, it'll come back to me, right? Right? Probably. Or I'll get distracted again and think of it again. It seems like if you block that one attack where he like rushes at you. Oh. Dang it! Yeah. It seems like if you... There's a couple of his attacks that if you, like, actively, like, block or use Reflect on, it'll, like... Oh. Yeah, stuff like that is really hard to get... Oh, gosh, dang it. What was I talking about? Do you guys remember what I was talking about before I got into the thing? I don't remember. Oh, right, we were talking about Obamium and memes like that. Yeah, I don't remember now. Whatever. Yeah, it was like Obamium or something. Oh yeah, Joe Biden is officially president-elect. Not that I doubted that it was going to be official or anything, but it just is official now. I guess the only real big outstanding thing is the Georgia Senate race. Who knew so much importance would come down to Georgia, huh? Anyway. Forget politics. I'm not talking about politics. Let me look. Yeah. I'd rather talk about manga or something. Speaking of which, The mangas for this series, for the KH series, are all pretty good. Oh, hold on. Dang it. The only problem is the fan translations for them are really bad for some reason. Like, actually pretty bad, the ones I've been able to find. And of course, since they're all fan translated, nobody wants to retranslate them again. Plus, they've got the official translation. So yeah, there's not really much call for people to translate them. And I have a couple of like physical copies of the official English translation, and it's pretty good. Like, it's pretty good and it's pretty funny. Like, just overall, the mangas are pretty good, and they have like a lot of charm to them, and stuff that doesn't happen in the games that is really good. Like, especially the no, come on. The timing on that is so tight. I gotta say, the timing on that is really tight. But yeah, the mangas are really good. Would recommend. Like, for example, in 358 over 2 days, there's a whole set of chapters dedicated to Pluto showing up and Xian trying to adopt him as their dog. Alright, let's try it. Oh, shoot. Okay, I think I got it. I think. Nope, I don't got it. And now we're in the second phase. Still, his health is fairly far down. I think I can get the rest of it with, if I'm smart about this. If not, I can always try again. Waiting for MP to refill so I can use reflected stuff if I need it. Dang it, messed up. You're saying something? I will check it. Oh, never mind. I'll check it now. Yeah, the first loop was perfect. The second one, nope. Yeah, you did it really well once. You did okay the first time, but not, yeah. Yeah, even if it doesn't kill him this way, I can at least get him through the first phase fairly safely by just staying away from him and getting in there like this, so. Okay, I will say this. It's a very simple way to cheese the fight. It is a way to cheese the fight. I feel like the timing is very... Like, you have to know what you're doing, and you have to have the timing down exactly. Like, with the Axel fight, I just had to, like, know when to hit reflect. And it was really easy to know when to do that. And to, like, dodge his aspiration move. Like, those were the only two things you had to do for that fight. Which was simple, but dodging the desperation move on 1 HP was kind of hard for me, and it took me a little while to get that down. This one, the timing is a lot closer, like, and you have to be able to do it in, like, multiple successions. Like, yeah. Yeah, you have to, like, you just have to get the timing down and be able to pull it off consistently to, like, completely cheese the fight. Otherwise, you can get through a good portion of the first half this way, which is useful in and of itself. Dang it. Maybe I should be using Cure like that. I don't know. It's gonna take him a minute before he does the thing again anyway. Nope. Nice, okay. And then limit.
Okay. Yeah. This is it. Yeah. Back off.
Well, at least I got the reversal command off on there. Okay. So that should push him into, yep, second phase. Okay. Oh, hello. Yeah, I needed to get more distance there. I did everything right except for getting distance, so he was able to immediately catch up with me and get his Keyblades back. Ah, dang. Okay. Didn't they break Duck Flare as well when they ported this over to 60 FPS? I'm trying to think. Like, because of something, like it just fires a lot faster, so it does almost double damage. Not this version. This version is still 30 frames per second. But the 60 FPS version on PlayStation 4 and stuff. Or I guess if you modded it, well, just be at 60 FPS. If you completely legally modded it to be at 60 FPS. Gosh. By the way, what the heck happened to Nintendo this year? Like, they've been like getting a lot of hate over some decisions like that are understandably very, like, I don't know, they've just been doing a lot of weird stuff that is very unconsumer friendly lately. Like the whole way they handled Smash and the Splatoon thing and some other things. Yeah, I know, right? Like they've just been messing up a lot lately, and I'm not sure why, because they've been pretty, historically, like, they've been a pretty good video game company, relatively speaking, right? So I'm not sure what happened. Like, that's the question, right? Like, what the heck happened, guys? Like, you were doing great up until, like, a little while ago, and now you're just, like, not doing so hot. I don't know. If you're saying something else, I'll continue this conversation in a minute. One sec, I gotta see how far I can take this, because I'm doing pretty well here, actually. Boom, okay. Doug Bowser, it's all his fault? I don't know. I don't think it's fair to ever point to a big company like Nintendo and say it's one person's fault. I think you can say that somebody is at fault for not doing their, like, not leading the company as well as you'd like them to, but I don't think it's ever fair to, like, okay, gotcha. Doug hasn't done anything, though? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, it's just, there's been a lot of things over the last like year and a half or so that have been kind of odd. So Pokemon, Pokemon is Game Freak's thing. They gotta work on that. If they need a break from Pokemon, they just need to say so and like do that. I know they're making a Pokemon one of the biggest grossing franchises of all time. Yeah. Like, Pokemon is more on Game Freak than anybody else. I don't know. Again, I don't think it's fair to say that a company stands or falls on one person, even if that person is at the top, because it just generally doesn't. I'm thinking Lexaeus next. Either Lexaeus or him. I feel like we save Xemnas for last. Oh, let's try Lexaeus. I don't know. It's just, okay. So there's the Pokemon thing, which is more Game Freak. Then this year we had the Mario thing. We had well, we always have like all the takedown stuff of all the like any fan projects or anything. Like they've always been like that when it comes to fan projects and stuff, right? Which is unfortunate, but true. Gosh dang it. I love the power level gimmick, though. Like, just as a conceptual thing, I love the power level gimmick. It's so funny. Ah. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's just, they seem to be very inflexible. I don't know. It just feels like they aren't. I don't know if it's because they're situated in Japan, so they are less likely to, and like the culture over there makes them less likely to adapt to like online culture. In a weird way, like they're very, like, I don't know, like over here, a lot of game development studios and stuff, like up and coming ones, tend to be like from people who have been playing games for a while and who are a part of like the internet or have had a lot of experience on the internet. But it feels like over there, a lot of like, it's still like a lot of executives who were born like before the internet became a thing, right? Who are on that stage, like who are running those companies. I don't know, it just, they're not, like as a company, they're still like treating their employees better than a lot of other like game studios, like in terms of like overwork and everything. But in terms of like their consumer like relations, like they've kind of messed up. Like I don't know, like just the whole like the Mario thing. Like the Mario thing, I think honestly, even more so than the like, okay, so the Splatoon thing and the Smash thing are nothing new to me. Like that's something that they've just always been bad at. But like specifically the Mario thing is really weird because it's has like, it's so much different than like, it's actively limiting the sales of a product for no particular reason. Like it's not like they have physical copies, so they're not like being like, okay, we're just gonna print this many copies and then once they're gone, you guys. So they're kind of a collector's item, and it's, you know, like a big thing. No, they're like, okay, here's a digital thing you can only download officially for like, and buy for like 3 or 4 months, and then after that it's just going to become incredibly popular to pirate said thing. Oh gosh, how does this fight work? I don't remember. Other than the power level thing, I don't remember if this guy has too many gimmicks. I don't think he does. think he's just a power level gimmick guy, where he does like insane amounts of damage like, once he gets up to this point. Yeah. That and he doesn't flinch. Just like the last guy. But yeah, like, I just don't I don't know, I just, as a company, I don't as a company who's out of touch, I can see the Splatoon thing and I can see the Smash thing, right? And like, apparently the Smash thing has kind of been, the Splatoon thing was always kind of a joke. Like, people have said on Twitter and stuff, at least, this is on Twitter, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But people who have participated in past, like, official Nintendo Splatoon tournaments and stuff, they were only going to get, like, a prize of, like, $20 in gift cards, and they didn't even get that. They never got it. Sorry, getting a drink. So, and they've always been like really anti like anything they see as modding or anything like that, or changing their games or in any way. They've always been very like against that kind of thing. So the Smash thing, and they really don't like competitive. For one reason or another, whether they feel like it's their brand to just be like kid-friendly games or whatever, they really do not like having competitive scenes for their games. They really do not, for whatever reason. But again, the Mario thing just like is so weird because it's like you're a company, right? And you're actively limiting the sale of a digital product that costs you nothing but like server costs, basic server costs, to actually like allow people to buy that people want, that you could be making money on. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I just don't. I don't know. I really don't get it. Okay, so you can block an attack of his early on to like do a reversal on him, but I'm not sure past that what you do. I really don't know. Is it that attack there where he drags it across the ground that you can defend against? Yeah, I don't know. I think Arlo, who is, if you don't know who Arlo is, he is a YouTuber who covers mostly Nintendo stuff, and his gimmick is that he is also a puppeteer. So he has what looks like a lot like Cookie Monster, but with less bulgy eyes, and he has that as his puppet, and like that's how he talks on his videos. It's a pretty good gimmick. Arlo's pretty good. Yeah. He thinks that they'll probably do away with the Nintendo Direct. Like, they don't need it anymore because they have social media now. They've realized how powerful social media is with the like COVID, because they couldn't do like traditional directs, you know? I'm surprised the reflect works so well. Look at his health. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely plenty of still, like, talented people working at Nintendo. I just don't... I don't know. See, I've always contested this for a long time, that, like... I don't know. Nintendo, like, if they're gonna take down fan projects, they should hire the fans that made the project. Like, for example, with Metroid, like, the Metroid remake that somebody was making, and then they took it down and they made their own. Why didn't they hire the guy who was making it originally to be like, hey, we'll hire you, come and work for us, and you can be one of the lead developers on this game? Because clearly people want to see your game, people want to buy it, you know, they're willing to pay for it. So it just makes sense for us as a business and for you as an individual. If you come work for us, we'll pay you, you get money, and we get to, like, sell something that people are going to buy, right? Like, I've always maintained that. Same with, like, the Pokemon MMO thing. Like, there's so many Pokemon MMOs online, right? I feel like they should be able to hire one of those teams and just be like, hey, come on, we'll officially hire you. You're our, like, MMO team now. You're going to be under us, so you're going to have to follow some rules and stuff. And you're probably going to have to start over. But we will officially license you guys as the Pokemon MMO stuff. Same thing with Pokemon Uranium. Like, holy cow, thank you for liking our game so much, for being able to make this whole game as a pet project over, like, several years. Why don't you come on and breathe some new life into our games? Because clearly Pokemon series needs some new life. They need some new lifeblood in there. They need something, because what they got going on now ain't gonna... Yeah, no, I was thinking of specifically like Pokemon Uranium and AMR, the Metroid remake and stuff like that. Obviously not all of them. There's plenty of garbage. Well, I won't say garbage, but like very middle school Pokemon ROM hacks. Like the writing is very middle school level. Oh gosh, dang it. I messed up there. I see Leaf Bracer does not work on items. By the way, did you see that video I posted by the completionist of him doing Hyrule Warriors? That was... I watched it. Oh my gosh. I am so glad I did not enjoy that game as much as I enjoy this game. Because if I did, I'd still be playing it. Like, it's just, there's so much in there. There's so much content in there. Like, so a lot of his games that he doesn't take too long, it seems like, but like that one especially, it seems like it took him like a couple hours every day for multiple years to do. Like, you didn't get to the end then, but it, like, he talks about how it looks like it lifted a weight from his shoulders because he no longer has to play this game for 1 or 2 hours, like, as a chore every single day, right? Like, he doesn't have to worry about it. Like, I don't know. And like, people in the comment sections, like quite a few of them were like, more than like the game, I'm just like, don't ruin yourself over these videos, dude. Like, it sounds like you really had a hard time with playing this game. Like, it sounds like it was real rough for you, dude. Like, We don't want to see anything like... We don't want to see you get, like, burnt out on this or anything, you know? Yeah, it really wasn't made to be completed, but, like... I don't know, like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, they just padded the game out with so much extra content that, like, wasn't different enough from each other and didn't add to the overall experience. Like, it didn't change up the main gameplay enough to, like, be worth playing, really. Also, we got really close on that attempt. Looking forward to this one. Seems like Reflect, again, works pretty well. Maybe I should have, like, focused more on my magic stat. Like, getting that up, huh? Because if not, I'm not mistaken, Reflect does more damage with your magic stat, so... Oh, remind me to, like, undo elixirs being my... You know what, actually elixirs are fine where they are. No, I shouldn't have talked about that. I should have just gone for the gold there. It's pretty close again. Yeah, but definitely some games weren't meant to be... I don't know if meant... They weren't designed to be completed, I will say that. They weren't designed in a way that would make it fun for the player to actually complete them. They were designed... I don't know. Anyway. Yep. Yeah, I think that's one of those games where if you don't deeply... A game that long, if you don't deeply enjoy the combat and, like, the gameplay, like, you're just... It's a really bad idea to try and complete it. I mean, you can, but, like, you would never do such a thing unless you were specifically aiming for it, or you deeply loved the game from the bottom of your heart. Like, it has enough content there to keep, like, anybody who really enjoys the game fully engaged for a really long time. Dang it. I mean, Gerard did pretty much complete it. Like, the only other thing he could have done was spent more time with the fairies. Like, but I don't think he needed to. Like, because he got all the abilities on one fairy, pretty much. So the only other thing would have been, like, having a couple different fairies that were all buffed out. And I don't know why you would need that, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. He did pretty much. And then maybe some of the weapons could have been better. Like, maybe he didn't min-max all the weapons, but other than that, I feel like he did everything in the game. Yeah, it was definitely a game that was never designed to be completed. I have a lot of respect for Gerard, and he seems like a pretty good dude. I could never do the thing he does for a living, which is something I don't usually say about people who play video games. But yeah, he does something I could never do. Hey, look at that. Another one down. Yeah, I don't watch a ton of his content, but if there's like a game I'm interested in, sometimes I'll see if Gerard has completed it, because who better to talk about a game than somebody who's gone through all of it, right? Especially if you want to know like if the gameplay is good or not. Because if the gameplay can stand up and hold up the whole time he plays it, I feel like it's got to be some pretty good, like, engaging gameplay. Unless it's just not my kind of thing. Which, I don't know. I don't know what my kind of thing is. I play a lot of different video games. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I play quite a few different kinds of video games. Okay. So all we have left is you, and you. Okay. We only have 3 left. Granted, I think these are some of the harder 3, but... You're streaming again today? Nice. When is that happening? Three? Pacific. Gotcha. So in like 2.5 hours or so. Okay. So like an hour after I finish. Yep, okay. By the way, did you see, I assume you saw the ad that I posted in the Discord. I accidentally got the your time zone times wrong all the way through, which I was like, yep, I did do that. I shouldn't have posted that at 11:30. I should have waited until the morning, looked at it again, and then posted it. Yeah, I put a message underneath talking about that, but anyway. I will say this, whatever you do, make sure it's consistent.
Where's the fun in this?
I will say this, whatever it is, just be consistent. I would say it's better to stream for 3 hours, 2 days of the week, than to be inconsistent and stream 4 hours for 3 days a week. Especially because you got to think about like who you are trying to. You got to think about, are you going to stream at a time when a lot of people are on and people are there's a lot of people streaming and a lot of people watching, or are you going to stream at a time when there's not a lot of people watching and not a lot of people streaming? Are you going to try and stream for people in your time zone? Like, are you going to try and stream like towards the end of the day after people get out of work and stuff? I don't know. There's a lot of considerations to make, and I would say that you're better off streaming for 3 hours twice a week than streaming for three or 4 days for 3 or 4 hours a week. I don't know.
Where's the fun in this? Come on.
Oh my gosh. What the heck? Anyway. Do you know what you're doing yet? I assume you know what you're doing. More sunshine? Okay. Alright. Sunshine. Oh, never mind. Can't swing. No, I can swing. I just can't sing on Twitch. Yeah. Okay. Gonna just spam reflect here a minute for this first attack.
Where's the fun in this? Come on.
Dang it. Okay. Anywho. I know. I'm in a weird spot where I'm almost done with school for this semester, but I'm not. So I'm thinking about all the things I want to do after I get done with the school year. Or the school semester, but I'm not quite there yet, and I gotta focus on the things I actually gotta get done. Because I got project due today, final exam Sunday, I guess. I just found out about that today, actually. I went to the class where the project is due today, and I thought that's the final project. That's basically the exam grade, but no, turns out that's just a project, and there is a final exam other than that.
Heal.
You'll wear the face of despair. Sora! Sora!
And I'm glad I have elixirs. He doesn't seem to be too bad, to be honest. I was anticipating him being harder, actually, than this. This is what, second, third attempt? Oh, gosh dang it. Oh, well. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be as hard as I was anticipating. That's good. And then I'll have, yeah, okay. I think we might be able to get all the bosses done today. I was not expecting that, to be honest. I was really not expecting that. Yeah. I do have to end stream at the time I'm supposed to, though, today, because projects. Project. It is computer science, which is my major, and it is interesting. So what I have to do for my computer science project that's due today is I have to create an API, or sorry, no, I have to connect to an API, which is basically just an online database that a program can connect to, and I have to pull information from it and display the information properly and all that. The API I chose is a database with all the Pokemon on it, so this should be kind of fun. And programming is kind of fun. The only problem I've had is trying to figure out which commands, like, get back what information from the site itself, or from the database itself, has been my biggest problem. But once I get that figured out, it's gonna be fairly easy to get through it. I'll turn on some Michael Reeves. He's been streaming a lot of Minecraft again lately. Like a lot of Minecraft again. And I'll have him on the back and on in the background while I work on it. Give me. Yeah, I can show it in the Discord once I'm done with it. If you guys want. I don't know. I've thought about using. I have a couple of projects actually that are related to computer science and the stream and stuff that I want to do, but that's again stuff for when I'm not in the middle of the end of semester. So. The optimal background noise for dealing with APIs. Kind of, yeah. Because all he does is turn on, like, lo-fi beats for his background music, and then, like, talks about dumbs and does stuff in Minecraft. So. I was gonna say dumb stuff, but, like, some of it is, like, pretty, like... Because he's playing modded Minecraft, and some of the systems in that mod pack are just, like, needlessly complex. Yeah, I like Michael a lot. He doesn't put out a ton of YouTube content, so getting more stream content is always good. Yeah, the other thing I've been watching recently on YouTube is a streamer who
Where's the fun in this? Come on.
who's very smart but is very dumb. Oh yeah, okay, the systems. You mean okay? I thought you were talking about somebody. And I was like, what? Who are we talking about? Who we bad mouthing? Oh, did you hear Simps has been banned? Like the derogatory term of Simps and incels and virgins has been banned from Twitch. Honestly, do not care. As long as they don't over-enforce it, I do not care. Sure, whatever. Like, as long as I don't get in trouble for joking around by calling myself or other people a simp, like, as long as it's not, like, wrongly enforced, I don't care. Guess I'm getting banned. Well, I guess I'm going to YouTube, guys. See, the thing about, like, Twitch, like, if I was ever to get banned from Twitch, I don't care a ton, because it just means, oh, I guess I'm not on Twitch anymore. I guess I'll move over to YouTube. Like, it doesn't... Getting banned from Twitch, like, doesn't matter to me, because Twitch isn't endgame, and I don't have, like, enough, like, I don't know. I don't care about partnerships or anything. I just... Yeah. I guess I would miss out on any VODs I haven't downloaded yet. That would be the most annoying part. Would be that I think it would also delete all my VODs and stuff, so anything that I hadn't downloaded yet. But I've been working on that, so eh. But it would be annoying. I was gonna say something, but I can't remember what I was gonna say. My memory is really bad. The other day, somebody asked me what my age was, and I had to calculate it, and I calculated it wrong. I'm really bad at this. I'm really bad at ages and names
Where's the fun in
and
this?
stuff like that. I don't know.
Come on.
I don't know. I always found, like, having to memorize arbitrary, like, things in history class and stuff really does. Really? You too? Now, I've been thinking about changing up my schedule for next semester, but I haven't figured out what it's going to look like yet, so I'm not going to say anything more than that for now. I'm kind of interested how the later streams, when my brother will do next week, to see how those will do for a time zone or time slot. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm glad he said yes, doing that. He's gonna have a mic and everything too. I asked him if he wanted to do that or not, and he said he'd be fine with doing that. That's good. I'm glad people are excited to see it. If you're wondering what that weird bopping noise is, it's the sound the mushroom keyblade makes. Okay, I can't hurt him like this. Shoot. Come on, finish up your desperation attack so I can kill you. Come on, stop being invincible. Oh my god, thunder does nothing to him. No! Dang it. Okay. That's a bit frustrating. Alright, let me just wipe off my gamer hands on my sweatshirt here. I'm in pajamas, by the way. I hope you know that I'm taking full... I'm making full use of not having a face cam to be in pajamas right now. I did put on, like, normal denim jeans earlier today, but then I saw my pajama pants on the floor and I was like, I'm just gonna put those back on. It's like, I'm not going anywhere today. Yeah, for the Skylanders thing, I think we're just gonna play through the first game. True, you can just wear pajamas even with a cam. For the Skylanders thing, we're just going to play through the first game, then the second game, third game. We have the first 3 games. So, like, we're just going to play through them as far as we get, pretty much. I don't know. Streams might be a little shorter, too, because, I don't know. It's kind of up to my brother. How willing he is to stream and, like, how long he's willing to play games with me. The reason why we're starting so late is because it's like after work for me. Because all those days I'll probably be working. I don't know that for sure yet, but that's probably going to be the case. Unless they change my schedule. Which I hope they don't. Yeah, probably what it is that wind does nothing to him because thunder does nothing to him. Dang it! I kept trying to jump so I could avoid his attack, but it wouldn't let me. That's so annoying. Yeah, so we're gonna just play through the games, I guess. Also because I can't stream Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because Thursday we're going over to one side of the family. Friday we're having our own Christmas, and then Saturday we're hosting the other side of the family. Yeah, so Thursday we're going over to the smaller side of the family. Friday we're having our own Christmas, and then Saturday we're hosting the larger side of the family. So busy, busy, busy. We're still in tour mode, meaning not everybody has been over to the new house yet, so all the family, you know how it is. Family members got to walk all around your house, see the new place. So I haven't put up one of my posters yet, because one of them is of what's the blood draining girl, the yandere from My Hero Academia. I can't remember her name. I could tell you a lot about her character, her powers, and her arc and everything, but I could not tell you her name. Toga, yeah, Toga. Yeah, I still have that poster, and I haven't put it up yet because we're still in tour mode, so I'm waiting until after that, because then everybody will have seen the house, so they won't need to see my room. So I can put it up. I'm going to put it up in a spot where it's not immediately obvious when you walk in the room. Like, it'll be behind, there'll be a bookshelf between the doorway and the poster itself, so people won't see it right when they come in anyway. But, yeah. Yeah, I've been waiting to put it up because of that. Oh, right. This jumping attack that kills me, literally kills me every time. Literally, I'm dead now. Somebody else is gonna have to take my place. Or reanimate my corpse. I am a corpse. Why do you think I can grind for such long hours? If my brain was deteriorating, that would explain my grades for this semester. Goodness gracious, and we still have him and him left. Okay, whatever. Let's keep going. Apparently Sephiroth is easier than some of these guys, so we'll see about that. At least with these guys, I know what to expect. I just don't know what to expect with Sephiroth, pretty much. Like, I don't know any of his attack patterns or anything, pretty much. I know there's like one... I know what his reaction command is, and that's pretty much it. Because I remember somebody playing through it and flexing by not using the reaction command and dodge rolling instead, because it was slightly faster. Oh, also, just to be clear, the poster of Toga isn't sexualized in any way. You know, it's nothing gross like that. It's just, it's actually really neat because it's like kind of like holographic. Like, depending on the way you look at it, it changes. So that if you sometimes, like, if you look at it at a certain angle, it looks like just her in her school outfit, and in the other time it looks like her in her I guess villain outfit, and she's got blood and stuff on her, so obviously. I mean, my brother and sister don't care at this point. My brother's going through Black Clover right now, and my sister loves My Hero Academia. But my mom and dad probably would be like, "Oh, what's that?" So.
Where's the fun in this? Come on.
Anyway, I kind of got my strategy down for this guy at this point. Kind of. So what I'm doing is basically I'm going to go through like the first set of jumps, attacks, and then I wait till he does the jump thing on his own, and then I end up getting a bunch of jump attacks from that, and then I go into final form, attack him a bunch, get him down to about this point, and then the plan is to like somehow avoid this attack, I guess, and then like get another jump attack or two and then finish him off this way. But I'm not sure how to avoid his attacks like that. I don't know. Maybe I should just revert once I get... Maybe I should just do final form from the beginning. I feel like maybe I should just try and final form it from this first set of jumps. Let's try that, actually. Yes, I am talking about anime girls, but I'm also trying to plan out how this fight is going to work and strategize and stuff. I'm trying. Before I go into this fight, let me get a drink. I haven't gotten a drink in a while. Oh, I should have just done it during the loading screen. Loading screens have not been as bad this time around as they were last time. At least it doesn't feel like it. I don't know. Maybe that's just because I'm able to fill the space more this time around for whatever reason, but anyway, we got about an hour left. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if we're able to get through all the bosses today. If not, I guess we'll do whatever bosses are left tomorrow and then take a short break and then go into Flash games. Probably will be how we'll work tomorrow if I don't get all the bosses finished today. Because I can't go long today, unfortunately. Okay. Just so you know, I'm constantly pressing triangle right now. And then I just have my button my finger over the dodge roll button. Oh gosh, dang it. That wasn't close enough to Donald.
Let's go.
Also, it's not like I really like Toga a ton. I just thought it was a really cool piece of artwork that I saw at our local Comic-Con. So, Grand Rapids Comic-Con. So. Like, I don't dislike Toga, or I just don't particularly like her or dislike her. Gosh dang it. Should have healed after I got hit by the attacker during that. Oh man, look at that health bar drain. Oh, he's going back into his desperation move. Let's revert.
Wear the face of despair.
Yeah, this attack is relatively easy to dodge when you're not in final form. Here we go. Boom. That wasn't so bad. All right. Okay. I was getting a little worried there. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna start running out of time. We'll see how long these last two take. Both these last two might take half an hour, actually. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Honest. Yeah. Okay. Defense boost! Yay, more defense. Okay. What would it take? No, I don't have time for that right now. I was thinking about making that gear to help with these two bosses, but I don't have time for that right now. Let's just keep moving. Yeah, that was an okay boss. Didn't take too long, didn't take too short. Too short. Didn't take too short. That's an odd way of saying that. Oh, you know what I never did? I still have all the thunder stuff on. From when I fought Larxene. Okay. So I guess we'll do Pretty Boy now, and then we'll do Xemnas last. Or Lucia, right? Pretty Boy. Yep, Pretty Boy. Hey Vexus, how's it going? How's it going? We are almost through them, Vexus, actually. And then once I do those, it's on to Sephiroth and Lingering Will. I'm doing okay. So last week I was having a real hard time with these fights. I don't know if it was because I was tired or whatever, or I was just doing the gimmick fights or whatever. But I was having a harder time with them. This time around, I have not had too much of a harder time. However, I did grind for over 20 hours, getting stat buffs between those 2 times. These 2 times. So that's probably got a pretty huge effect on it. It's a learning experience. That too, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, some of these bosses can be cheesed with specific strategies, some of which are easier to pull off than others. But just in general, they're all pretty hard. I should be guarding against this guy's attacks more. Shoot. Also, I should remember that Reflect also counts as guard. And does damage. Actually, does it count for guard in this respect? I don't know if it does, actually. I think in this fight, like for his reaction command, you have to specifically guard. Can I hit him with lightning? Oh, not when he's zipping through the floor like that. I remember fighting this guy on like his normal fight. It was a pain. Ah. Actually, the count thing doesn't seem to be too bad. I seem to be avoiding most of his attacks. I do remember there are a couple of his attacks, though, that do a lot of damage just in general, like to your actual health bar. You like the level 1 fights? True. Yeah, that too. Yeah, some of them are kind of hard to pull off. Like, somebody in chat earlier told me about the Roxas solo Trinity strat, which is really cool to be able to pull off. It took some practice. But then there's also the Psyx Peter Pan strat, which is really easy to pull off as long as you push 2 buttons quick enough. Oh, Solo Trinity? So the way the Solo Trinity Roxas strat works is, so for the first phase, you, hold on. What you do is, actually, hold on, I gotta be careful here. This attack does a lot of damage. Ah. Yeah, I don't know. I've been doing that for the most part. I did consider doing some research on it, but by the time I got to that point, like, I have had exams this week, so I haven't had time to do the research. So I hadn't done it by today, and I was like, you know what? Let's just go blind and blind again. And if people want to help me in chat, they can help me in chat. And that's basically what I've been doing. Oh gosh. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the Roxas limit loop took me a few tries to get it down, and even in the end, I did end up being able to, like, cheese the whole thing. I just mainly used it to get a lot of damage on in his first phase, before he gets, like, no openings and stuff, and then I did the rest of the fight normally, because I couldn't keep it up the whole way. Especially since in the second phase, like, he does not like doing the end command nearly as much. I gotta say, being max level doesn't invalidate his mechanic here, but it certainly gives you a lot more wiggle room. Also, I have to say, out of the 2 fights, so out of his Rechain of Memories final fight and this fight, I still choose this fight over the Rechain of Memories fight. Because, holy cow. his final boss fight in Rechain of Memories is ridiculous. Wait, does this not stop? When does this stop? Wait, why? Why didn't it stop? I expected it to stop at a certain point. Ah. Yeah, true. I'm doing this at level 99, and I spent 2 weeks grinding. I enjoy... This is the PS3 version. It is. It is. I've been an Xbox guy most of my early gaming career. I bought a PS3 the first summer that I got a job, but for the most part, I've been an Xbox person. Although, when it comes to the Xbox One versus the PS4, I will say that the Xbox One is probably the wrong choice. Yeah, no. The reason why I'm in this category is A, because it's still Kingdom Hearts 2, and B, there's just a lot more people looking in this category, and like watching this category. So if I put myself in this category, I don't think people are going to be mad about it because they're looking for Kingdom Hearts, and there's just more people here than specifically Kingdom Hearts 2 category. So, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, the only benefit for playing this version of the game is that in the... Ha! Oh, I didn't know you just had to avoid that. I thought you had to lock it. Okay. In the Roxas fight, for his Faith attack, I would use Limit Form to, or at least, I did this in the normal playthrough, because I did a normal playthrough on Proud, and then I switched over to my critical save file to do all the extra bosses. Because I had set up the critical save file over the summer. Gosh dang it, nope. There's like... Okay. What was I doing? Okay, right. Right, so for the Roxas fight, because form changing took so long, I was able to use that to change into Limit Form during his Faith attack and just completely nullify the second half of his Faith attack because it took so long to load and you're invulnerable while Limit Forms are loading. It's a funny abuse a little bit. Ah, shoot. I missed out on a chance to restore my count there a bit. Go ahead. Although I'm having a hard time juggling chat and the game right now. No chat is. I got a bit busy with something tonight. Oh, I see. Okay, that is kind of funny. Yeah. Now, I kind of wish I had done that because now I feel like I should go back and do a level 1. I don't know. Maybe I can make it a donation goal or something at some point. I don't know. That does seem like something kind of fun. What I'm excited about is now that I am going to have finished Kingdom Hearts 2 on stream, is that now I can do randomizers. So I want to do at least one randomized run of this game at some point, because it looks like a lot of fun. Yeah, that's probably true. It's just the idea of, like, getting it over and done with. Like, for example, when I played through on Kingdom Hearts 1 on stream, I did it on Proud mode. No, I did it on normal mode. Because I was like, okay, I'll do all the extra bosses and stuff and all that. But I know about Sephiroth, and I don't want to take it that long with the game. But what I ended up doing was I ended up getting the Ultima Keyblade and getting to max level in Kingdom Hearts 1 anyway. And then, like, Sephiroth wasn't even that hard, and I was so disappointed, and I'm like, dang it, if I really want to do this properly, I gotta go back and I gotta get the Ultima Keyblade and get back to max level on Proud mode again. And I'm like, that's such a long slog. It's so long. it probably wouldn't be as long this time. And like, I can't say that it's a longer slog than what I did for the last 2 weeks, but it was I was trying to do it all in a week between work and stuff before the next stream came up, and it was such a slog. It was so much of a slog. I did not enjoy doing it, but I don't know. In KH2, I know, but the ability is nice. I know. I know there are weapons that do more damage. I just like the ability. And also it's the ultimate weapon. Come on. But it is funny, you're right, that it doesn't do the most damage. It's probably the most, like, overall, it's probably the best overall one in the game. Let's say that, because of the stats and the ability. Like, everything else is kind of situational. Well, not, okay, it's not kind of situational. There are some that are pretty good in most situations, but, like, over the Ultima weapon, there's situations where you would want to use certain keyblades. Oh gosh, not this attack again. Nope, 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 nope. Come on. I can't do anything. No! How long does the attack go? Okay. I can't attack him anymore. Like, he just keeps doing stuff that doesn't let me attack him. Come on. There we go. You never used Ultimate's level 1. Okay. Yeah. Specifically, I remember using different... Yeah. Specifically, I remember using different Keyblades for the Mushroom 13. That was actually a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I'll be honest. I thought he was going to be a lot harder. I remembered him being a lot harder. Like, especially the juggling one. Juggling one took forever. The one over by Merlin's, not Merlin, Yen Sid's tower, that took a while. That one and the Hades one took a while. Those two took the longest, the mushrooms. I don't know. Juggling one, it just was a matter of luck and just keep trying and getting better slightly incrementally and trying different strategies until I finally got it. And I was so glad when I finally got it, and I was like, I never want to touch this ever again. I never want to do this ever again. Okay. Zemdus. Juggling is dumb. Juggling, it feels like nobody tested it before they, like, shipped it out. Like, they should have, like, lowered the requirement. I think I ended up using, Wisdom Form and Lightning. I also tried the MP Rage with Horizontal Slash, but it didn't like work. It worked pretty well, but it didn't get me to where I needed to be. So I just tried a couple different things, and I ended up using Wisdom Form Lightning. So I don't know how hard this fight is actually going to be, because this phase, like, of his regular fight wasn't that bad, like, but he didn't have nearly as much health, and I assume they changed some of the mechanics, so he's actually harder this time. Oh gosh dang it, I forgot that I had fire there. So it seems like he likes to counter. But two can play at that game, buddy.
Back off. Back off. Back off.
Yeah. I will say, I enjoy KH2 enough that I think I could really get into the whole level 1 thing. I enjoy the KH series in general. I feel like I should probably try some other action RPGs because I've played through all the KH games at this point, and I've gotten fairly good at them. So I feel like I should try some other action RPG games. Man, he's got some jumps. I mean, he has teleports, but, like, he just jumped for that one. I'll use basic Sora and then you... I think it would be a learning curve, but I think it would feel very satisfying if I was able to get through the whole game level 1. I think it would be very satisfying. I think it would be frustrating sometimes, but yeah. Cage 3 was okay. I don't know. Cage 3 was the first game in the series where I went proud, because I'm like, okay, I've played all the other Cage games before this. Keep in mind, this was basically when the game came out, pretty much, and I had no idea how hard it was. So it's like, okay, I've played through all the other games in this series. I should be able to do this on proud mode, right? So I went into it and I did proud mode, and I'm like, boy howdy, that felt like normal mode. And also, why the heck attractions? So I went through and I played through on critical when I got the chance. It wasn't much harder. It felt like proud mode. Honestly, it felt like proud mode on any other game. Also, the biggest point I liked about... So, the biggest thing that sold me on critical mode for Kingdom Hearts 3 was the fact that you could turn off the attractions. I cannot tell you how annoying I found the attractions. Yeah, I know. And again, so just to be clear for anybody who's watching, I'm not dunking on anybody who chooses to play these games on normal or beginner or anything. I just, for me, I feel like for a game I really like, I always like to try and take on the hardest challenges it has to offer, because A, if I enjoy the combat, I feel like I should try and get better at it, and B, it feels good to like overcome it. Even if I do end up looking up guides or anything, it's still me who's doing it. If the combat system is good, unless it's like an RPG or something, like a turn-based RPG, and even then, like, if it was a turn-based RPG, I wouldn't be looking it up. Well, like Pokemon Nuzlocke, right, are turn-based RPGs, but there's a lot of skill and thinking involved. Oh, yeah. True. Okay, I'm not even paying attention to this fight. I should probably do that, shouldn't I? I don't know. He seems... Like I said, this fight with him, like this phase of the fight with him in the main game was not that hard. The only difference is that he's hitting a little bit harder here. He's a little bit faster, and that he has more health. I kept trying to reflect there. I don't have enough MP for reflect. Let me use an elixir. I have tons of those things from grinding up stat increases. Yeah, the reason why the title is what it is because I spent like 20 hours in the last week or two, at least 20 plus hours, grinding out stat buffs. Honestly, it was probably something I shouldn't be doing considering exams were this week, but I ended up doing it. I still studied for my exams, and I'm still gonna pass the classes I was going to pass anyway, but like, it didn't have an overall too much of a detrimental effect on my math. It's just, oh wait, is this something that I need to do? Oh, he kept trying to get me into do the reaction thing. Got it, and I kept like guarding against it. I was like, he is not getting out of this attack. Alright, let's go for... Cool, I got the second reaction command. Holy cow. This guy is a lot easier than a lot of his compatriots. What? That didn't kill him? Oh, do you have to, like... Oh, you probably have to, like... kill him... Wait, is there a particular way you have to kill this guy? Like some of the other ones? Like, Like you can't do it until you've done a certain thing. Oh, he's immune to thunder? Oh, okay. Alright. So you just gotta get in there with like a combo or something. You know what? I can just do limit break. Let me pause a minute so Ah, there we go. That wasn't too bad, actually. Holy cow. Oh, what do I do? Oh. Oh, okay. So it's the whole fight. It's not just this. Oh, okay. Never mind. I was like, oh, this is pretty easy, actually. I thought it was just that first bit, but it's this bit and that bit. Okay. I was like, dang, he went down a lot faster than I thought he would. This is the real pain, yeah. You right.
Anger and hate are supreme.
Also, does this version of the fight still have the problem that the regular fight does in the PS3 version? Where Riku's commands overlap with the reversal command for that one section of the fight? Oh, come on. That is the problem, right? I know there's a problem with this fight. I'm pretty sure it's that one. Yep, okay. That's annoying. Oh gosh, do I have to continue from the first part of the fight? I do, don't I? Yeah, I do. They never patched in PS3. Yep. Yep. Let me just take this stuff off Goofy, and I'll give it to Riku when it's time to change over to the second phase of the fight. Hopefully, keep him better a bit longer. I know, yeah. It's the same thing as like the first boss. When you're playing as Roxas, those vines are really bad. Like even on just on critical mode, without level 1, the vines are terrible on that first boss. The nobody form of Darkseid. I don't remember what it's called. Ah. Yeah. It's kind of a weird thing to call them vines, because they don't really look like... Well, they kind of like grow out like vines. Okay. Oh gosh, dang it. Oh, and it didn't save that, did it? Whatever. Man, I played through this again before doing the critical boss fights, and I forgot how long his normal fight is. Like, his normal fight is so gosh darn long. It's ridiculous. Like, there's just two... I'm glad they... Thank goodness they cut out 2 extra phases of this fight, because otherwise... I don't know, man. It would just be so much worse. The fight itself, like, in the, like, main game is so bad. Well, okay. I don't know. You know what? It's bad. The fight would be better off without it, and they saw that too when they did these fights. They were like, "Yeah, no, you don't need to go through all that." I really do miss Retry from Kingdom Hearts 3. And I also miss Prepare and Retry. Those were 2 like great features that they added in Kingdom Hearts 3. Yeah, Retry button is so useful. Also, I miss the load times of, what was it, 4th gen, 3rd gen video game system. Can't remember what gen we're on. Honestly, the newest consoles, I looked at both of them, and I'm like, okay, so I've always been an Xbox person, because I really like Halo and stuff, but the last one was pretty bad. Maybe I should try getting into PS4s, and then I was like, you know what? I'm looking at both these consoles, and what they remind me of is just computers. I'm just gonna get myself a nice computer instead. Like, instead of getting a console, I'm just gonna get myself a pretty good computer, and I'm just gonna use that. Because, like, if you think about it, like, especially with the Xbox, if I want to play Halo, they're going to put that on PC. I don't need to buy their console. Oh, right. He's going to do the thing. All right, come on. Let's do the thing, dude. Oh, I didn't even realize that sucked at your health a little bit. I guess it's so you just can't stand down there. Okay, so that's the first phase fight again. Which you didn't have to redo that phase every time you died to the second phase. Yeah, no, consoles are fine. Like, if you don't want to get into, like, a big, like, gaming PC thing. But... Did I turn off Riku's... No, okay. Yeah, okay, he still has the cure potion on. Yeah, consoles are good. I'm not knocking consoles. I'm just looking at the newest consoles they have, and I'm like, why don't I just get a PC that has all that functionality and more at this point? Because, like, the only thing consoles have going for them at this point, like, they're starting to reach the price and everything. No, yeah, no. Nintendo is exempt from this, obviously. Like, Nintendo Switch is much different than any sort of gaming computer, right? Personally, I don't know about PlayStation too much. Again, I've always been an Xbox guy, but I will say that I did buy the PS3 just so I could play the Kingdom Hearts game. So I guess there's that. Yeah. Dang it. Maybe I should try like using reflect there or something too. I know I can get some damage off on him if I do that. Yeah, no, I have plenty of Nintendo products and stuff, so. Really, PlayStation was the only thing I didn't have out of the trio there. I haven't seen much of Cyberpunk 2077. I kind of want to stay blind to it. I don't want to play it right now. I want to wait for it to like be fully patched and everything. And I can't really play it right now. I have a computer that could run it at kind of low specs, but I don't have like, I don't know. I just don't have like the time or means really to play it right now. So I'm kind of waiting to see, like, I'll probably come to it in like a couple years and like be like, once it's all patched and everything, you know. Because so the only thing I saw from the game so far is pretty much just Spiffing Brit's video on it, which didn't have any spoilers, but did have him taking a regular pistol and turning it into an infinite range one-hit kill on any enemy. Not by cheating or anything, just by systems that are in the game that he exploited, because multiplier stack and stuff. Yeah. Xbox and Xbox 360 were really good. Xbox One just were not good. Also, naming convention, terrible naming convention. I don't know who's doing naming conventions. Fire them. Get a new person. They're doing a terrible job. Yeah, like I said, versus the Xbox One or the PS4, PS4 is probably the correct choice. I don't know enough about computers to say that. Whether that is correct or not, I will take your word for it. To be honest, I did a bunch of research on computers and got some help from my friends who know more about it when I got mine, and since then I have not thought about it. I have a doc, a Word document, not a Word document, a Google Doc that has all my research on it, and until I need to get a new computer or I need to replace a part or add something, I will probably not check it again. Actually, I gotta add another HDMI port at some point because it only came with one HDMI port like out, which is a bit, yeah, it's a bit annoying, especially if I wanted to try and stream on it or something. Yeah, it's just counting, yeah. Like, it's fine if you want to do the Xbox 360. If you wanted to do like the Xbox, like what if you did the Xbox 720 or 1080? Then people would be able to know what you're talking about because it's still more numbers, and you could be like, and you could follow that kind of naming convention. But like to just like have an Xbox One. Oh, you're talking about the first Xbox? No, I'm talking about the Xbox One. Yes, the first Xbox. No, the Xbox One. Yes. No. There's a new Xbox called the Xbox One. Oh. And then there's also the Xbox One S. Oh. And then there's also the Xbox One X or whatever. Like, there was 3 different versions of the Xbox One, too. Yeah. Well, it's... So the thing is, it's not about, like, people who are actually buying the games. Like, people who are actually playing the games and want the systems know the difference. It's for all the parents and grandparents who are buying the things. And it is confusing. Hey, look how... Sorry, this is going to be a bit of a sore subject, Boyle. Look how the Wii U did. All because of its name and how it was branded. People thought it was an extension of the Wii and didn't realize it was a completely separate new console because of the way it was branded. I don't know. I think it's... Yeah, I don't know. At this point, I don't care too much.
Anger and hate
I don't know.
are supreme.
I have a lot of other games I want to catch up on. I don't know. There's just not a lot of games that keep coming out that I'm like, oh, like, I can't think of a lot of games that have come out in the last 3 or 4 years where I'm like, I really want to play that. Right? Like, the only one I can think of off the top of my head is the Spider-Man PS4 game. I don't know. I'm not a huge stickler for graphics. I don't know. Maybe that's because I grew up looking at graphics from the original Xbox a lot, and games like Command and Conquer. But I'm not a huge stickler for graphics and high poly count and all that. Honestly, when it comes to like things like 30 frames versus 60 frames, I'm still not entirely sure of like the difference. I don't know. Because I'm just so used to 30 frames. Like, when it goes to 60 frames, I don't know, it just doesn't make too much of a difference to me. Yeah. Absolutely. Look how good TF2 like holds up. Like, because its art style is stylized, even though the models are like Xbox, like original Xbox era, they still look fine. Hold on, I gotta get another drink of water. Okay. Yeah. I think pixel art looks pretty good in a lot of cases. I think a lot of things can be lost in translation between 2D and 3D. Like 2D sprites and like characters and stuff versus 3D models. I don't know. Whenever I look at a video game that looks like a piece of art, like you could take a screenshot from it and put it on a wall somewhere, it's always a 2D game. It's never a 3D game. I know. I know indie is not just pixel art. Don't worry, I'm Access, I'm very much aware. I've been playing video games for literally as long as I can remember. so over a decade at this point, and I'm very much aware of a lot of the things that go into creating a video game. And I know for a fact, like, Pokemon, yeah, I guess. To be honest, overworld sprites and Pokemon, I would say DS era started looking pretty good. Like anything, I don't know, it might just be personal preference, but I feel like maybe some of the areas in Pokemon Platinum like look really good, and then some of the stuff in Black and White and Black and White 2 look really good, especially some of the Pokemon in those games. Oh, is this his Desperation fight? I think that's the first time I saw that. Huh. Yeah, I have a long-term plan with Pokemon on this channel, and I don't know if it's ever going to pay off. I want to get to the point where I play through most of the other games, like before Black and White 2. Like the next ones on the list I want to play are, I want to do a Nuzlocke of Emerald, and then I want to do Heart Gold, Soul Silver, like the DS ones, and then move up to Black and White, and then Black and White 2, and then be able to move everything over to Black and White 2 and do all the extra stuff that's in that game, because there's a lot of additional content in that one. Was it not made by Game Freak? I'm pretty sure Game Freak made Black and White 2. Listen, I have a lot of problems with modern Pokemon games too, but I'm pretty sure. No? That's odd. Anyway, yeah, but Black and White 2 and Black and White 2 are kind of the last Pokemon games that are like, after that, like, there's been a change in design philosophy. I think if Game Freak needs to take a break from making Pokemon games, they should do that. But I don't think the amount of money that is made from Pokemon games makes it so that no company isn't going to ever want to stop making them. Like, just the sheer amount of money that is generated from Pokemon is insane. Like, they cannot... It's like printing money, unfortunately. And I say unfortunately because that means that they're going to continue making them no matter how bad they are or how rushed they are. I see.
Come closer.
Made by a different team than the ones that are currently making them. Yeah, because like from X and Y onwards, there was a huge shift. Hold on. Okay. In mentality, like I remember reading a interview with the developers for the Ruby and Sapphire remakes, and they specifically talked about how they had to make the game shorter to appeal to children because mobile games are like we're trying to compete with mobile games. Like, I don't know if that's something that they personally decided on or something that an executive told them that they had to do, but that is something they said, and that was part of their mentality when creating those games. I don't think a long-form RPG should be trying to compete with kids' interests against a mobile game. I don't think that's a good thing to have going on. Yeah, no, you don't. Also, I think we don't need two different versions of the same game at this point. Very little is usually different between them. I don't know. I guess it's to sell more copies, so your friend has some, like, can trade you. I don't know. We don't need it. Also, we could do with like more than one save file per game. Thanks. I don't know. There's just not a lot has changed in the Pokemon formula since the first game. Like, they've tried different things like Mega Evolution, which I think was the best gimmick that they introduced. Z moves were okay, I guess. But they weren't as good as Mega Evolution, and then this Gigantamax thing is just so stupid. It's so dumb. I don't like it. Another reason why they couldn't have all the Pokemon in there is because if they had something like, what was it, like Clefable or something in there, if they Gigantamax Clefable, it would have over 1,000 health. That's part of the reason why they can't have it. I mean, the reason why is because mobile games make so much money.
We shall go together.
Like, I will say, I've spent more money on Steam sales than I should have this year. I've spent more on, probably about an equal amount on the one mobile game I play as I have on Steam this year. And I bought more games on Steam than I should have this year. Anyway. Yeah. Right, yeah, no. I feel like they're getting burnt out on Pokemon games, or they're being rushed through them. And either way, they should probably take some more time. And I feel like they really dropped the ball on Sword and Shield because it was supposed to... Well, like, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee was kind of the first, like a sign of a real... I don't know. Like, it was supposed to be the first mainline console game, and they made it into Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, right? So, which, no, I'm gonna say it. They're kids. They're games designed for children of the lowest age range, and trying to get people in from people playing Pokemon Go. Well, you know what? That's probably what it was. They saw how much money they were making on Pokemon Go, and they were like, how can a new Pokemon game compete with Pokemon Go, right? I don't know. Like, in terms of money. Like, it just can't, right? Because if you buy Pokemon Let's Go Eevee or Let's Go Pikachu, you are done. You are probably not going to buy a second copy of the game. If you are playing their mobile game, however, you're going to want to, if you're a real big player, you're going to want to buy multiple times. Yeah. Like, the original games were made for kids. Like, that's like what the Battle Frontier was all about, wasn't it? Like, giving like adults or like people who are older who are playing the games a chance to like really think and like strategize and get better at it and test themselves. Like, it's fine if you want to make the main story clearable for kids, but if you want to like, but it would be nice if you didn't just copy paste the Battle Mansion as post-game content. Thanks. Also, don't lie to us about why we're not getting all the Pokemon. It's fine if you don't want to put all the Pokemon in a game nowadays. Like, we get it, there's a lot of them. But, like, you can't just lie to us about the reason. Yeah. Also, if you want to do that, like, you can just be like... I feel like the way they should have handled it was just have all the native Pokemon to a new region, and then made as DLC a bunch of like different region Pokemon. You know, like if they wanted to do the DLC thing, fine. Just make the original. Just fill the new region with new Pokemon, and then DLC in the rest of them later. Or make it so that you have to bring them up from older games. If you... Or make it... I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, they're literally the same models. Like, there's... As far as... There might be a legitimate reason for why they don't have all the Pokemon in there, but if so, they should have just said that, and they shouldn't have lied and said that they were making new models when they're clearly reusing assets and models all over the place. Be gone, Dot. Dot. Okay, I shouldn't be saying thought. I don't know. I'm hesitant to call the employees lazy. I personally think it comes down to... Okay. Okay, I got through it that time at least. Yeah, no. Yeah, they said a lot of things that ended up not being true to legitimize the reason why. I don't know. I have a lot of problems with Sword and Shield. That's why I didn't buy it. I have a physical copy of every generation of Pokemon game, besides Sword and Shield. All the mainline ones, anyway. But I did not buy Sword and Shield, and I do not plan... Well, that and Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. I didn't buy that one either. But I did not buy Sword and Shield because I don't want to give them money for some... I don't want to pay... I don't want to buy that game. I would rather play, like, Pokemon fan games. There are better Pokemon fan games that I'd rather play. Like, I haven't played Pokemon Uranium. I should try that sometime. Like, I'd rather play Pokemon Uranium than Pokemon, Sword and Shield. I don't know. Oh, wait, did you say Ultra Sword and Ultra Shield? Is that a thing? Is Ultra Sword and Ultra Shield a thing? Or is that just DLC thing? Oh, you mean Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Got it. I was like, wait, no, they're not making... Yeah, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I played the original... Was it Moon or Sun? I can't remember off the top of my head. I can't remember which. I played one of those, the original. I don't know how much different is in Ultra. It seems like they filled in a lot of the areas that were kind of blank. Which is like, well, if you didn't have the game finished, why'd you release it? Also, unlike Black and White 2, which had a new story, a whole new area, and a new, like, and a bunch of other new stuff, yeah, like, Pokemon Pickaxe coming? What? I'm not sure what you're talking about. It's one of the new titles. Okay. Is it a spin-off or a mainline? Oh, okay. I thought that it wasn't. I thought maybe there was a spin-off or something. I don't keep up with, like, Nintendo news a lot. So, like, I know they have their directs and their Twitter and everything. I just don't keep up with that. Like I said, I'm not interested in a lot of new games being released. I have a huge backlog of older games that I'd like to get through. A lot of which I've been playing on the channel. And I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of good games, and I don't really see a ton that catches my attention that I'd like to play that's new, so. Pokemon Pickaxe and Sword. It's just that would be like a Minecraft ROM hack. Or it would be like a version of Pokemon game created in a Minecraft mod. It is weird how many different versions of like knockoff Pokemon there are. Like there's Pokemon in Minecraft. There's the Discord bots that are Pokemon things. There's like all kinds of ways to like play Pokemon. That's not like. It's weird like how much people like just the general idea of Pokemon, regardless of if it's even in a game or anything. Like even if it has even less tangible things, like being in just a Discord bot. Right? People still want to play. I don't know. It's interesting. Pokemon Pickaxe and Poet. Oh, he's trying to do the building thing. Okay, let's do the building thing, man. Pokemon Gun. Oh, you mean the evolution of that thing from Pokemon Sun and Moon, right? The thing where it's got the, like, Trump-looking hair or whatever? I remember that. I remember seeing that when it came out. There was a Pokemon in, Sun and Moon that like its hair, quote unquote, looks a lot like the Trump hair, like the Trump toupee thing. I should honestly just go set this up somewhere beforehand. Quick question for you, Vaxis. How much of the Pokemon games have you played? Like, how many of them? Like, how far back or whatever? Advance? Okay. Yeah, I get you. Okay. Just wondering. Yeah, I think my first Pokemon, so I got a Game Boy Advance, and with that I got Pokemon Blue, like the original. And then later I got Pokemon Leaf Green. And then no, I got Pokemon Fire Red, that got stolen. I got Pokemon Leaf Green later. I think that's right. Because I let somebody at school, in elementary school, borrow Pokemon Fire Red, and they were, and then I was like, hey, where's my thing? And they're like, oh, I don't have it. And then, like, a week later, I saw them on the bus playing a copy of that game, and I was like, hey, that's mine! But of course, the bus driver was, like, way too busy driving, you know, to sort it out, and I couldn't prove that it was mine. I don't know how far I got in Pokemon Blue. I still have the cartridge. Anyway. Okay, so Oh man, I'm out of time. Yeah, okay. This kind of sucks. But I really am out of time. Yeah, I've got a project due for my class that's I gotta do tonight, so I can't really go long today. Which sucks. But I'll be here again tomorrow, same time. And I guess the plan will be to do beat Zemnis, Sephiroth, and Lingering Will. And then I guess if we have time, maybe do a flash game or two. Start on that. We'll see. But yeah, I unfortunately do not have enough time to go long today. So, but again, I will be here again, same time tomorrow, to beat the last 3 bosses. And then, yeah, that should be a lot of fun. So apparently Sephiroth is actually easier than some of these bosses, which is neat. I'm happy about the progress we made today, though, because, like, look at this. We came in here, we had a total of 4 bosses done last stream, and I went through and I beat 9 bosses today. Right? I think that math worked. No, I beat 8 bosses today. Yeah. So I am happy with what I got done today, and I thank you all for watching. Thank you, Coil. Thank you, Voxus, for watching. I will hopefully see you guys around. I hope you guys all have a good day. Again, I'll be here tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then that's what, 6 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I know Greenwich Mean Time now, based on my time zone. So I hope you guys all have a good one, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow for the last of these guys, and then Saturday we can do some flash games before they go away forever, and maybe tomorrow, depending on how long the rest of these bosses take us. So I hope you guys all have a good day, and for the rest of your day, I hope you had a good day, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Have a good one.